Where's my book? I don't know where my book is. Hey, Francis. Hey, Rick. Just clearing out my queue in my Walmart order. Boy, it takes a long time. Okay. I'm Groot. How was your guys' holidays? Hello, Joe. Glad it's over. Yeah, the holidays are a little depressing lately. It's just throughout my entire life we've always had big family events for holidays. And now, half the people are passed away and half the people are 2,000 miles away. And so there's no big, Christmas dinners, Thanksgiving dinners, stuff like that anymore. English chicken breast for $1 a pound? Holy shit. Vacuum sealing and freezers. Well, yeah, I prefer quiet too, but one of the reasons I prefer that quiet is that it's offset by those. Damn it. It's offset by those family events now and then. And those family events are enjoyable. Nice. Boy, I wish I had a freeze dryer. Oh. Because the part of the limit on buying a good deal is your ability to store and consume it over a period of time before it goes bad. With a freeze dryer, well, that's 30 years. But man, those things are $3,000. Ooh, they're a lot of money. Oh, I can't stop yawning. It's almost like camera. Yawn. 3D printing's not dying off. 3D printing is entering a new era. So, we're probably going to still see a lot of cheap printers being made just because the cost of entry is very, very low. You basically put a bunch of parts together and stick it in a box, and you got a 3D printer. What I think we're going to see is 3D printing mature. We're starting to see that with printers like the Anchor and the Bamboo, and I don't know if it's becoming more mainstream yet, but it's definitely maturing. We're starting to previously what we were seeing is some quality control improvements, some minor design improvements. Prusa's like Apple. They were never the king. They just thought they were the king, except Prusa's not a dick like Apple is. He's actually good people. So I hope he succeeds. But I think he saw the writing on the wall as well, and that's why the Prusa XL is coming. So he's no dummy. But what we're going to start seeing now is we had refined printers before, like the Guider 2 from FlashForge, printers like that, but they weren't quite there yet. Although that was one of the better ones to justify that price tag. But now the technology's gotten to the point, the refinement has gotten to the point where they're not appliances, but you can tell that they're trying to go that direction. They're trying to get more into that premium prosumer field. It's like when digital SLRs first came out. Before that, I mean, yeah, you had some nice point and shoots, and they were the prosumer market, and then the digital SLR started to enter the prosumer market, and so you went from crappy digital cameras to prosumer digital cameras. You quickly, that's an Epson viewer. You're going to see that in the 3D printing market now. You're going to see us move from the hobbyist angle to more of the prosumer angle. At least they're going to try to. You're going to see that with Bamboo and their AMS system. You're going to see that with Prusa, their XL. You're going to see that accurate. Some will fail, some will disappear, some will succeed. We'll see. The Bamboo's primary problem is it's incredibly expensive. Even the stripped down P1P is $700. That's a lot of money. That's definitely not an impulse buy. But if it lives up to it, maybe. I'm hoping their profit margin is pretty massive, because if it isn't, their primary issue is going to be warranty. So people think this is what 3D printers should be. Yeah, well, there's not really that much different from a Bamboo and any other 3D printer, except that it's just built to higher standards. But it's still a hot end. It's still kinematics. It's still belts and gears and lead screws. So it's still going to have the same maintenance issues. So we'll see how well they stand behind it. Did they design the printer with serviceability in mind? One of the reasons I like the Ender 3 as a hobbyist is because it's serviceable. There's nothing between me and the parts. That means it also doesn't look that great, but I'm okay with that. I don't care. It's a machine. It's like asking me if I care what my drill press looks like. I don't care what my drill press looks like, as long as it does its job. So the question, like, for example, that's one of the primary problems I had with the FlashForge Guider 2. Very difficult to service. I mean, you really got to dismantle crap to get to anything. It doesn't fail very often, but when it does, it's a headache. I guess it's like working on a German car. Great cars until they break. Then it's a nightmare. You ever tried changing a headlight on a Prius? Yeah, it's an entire ordeal to change a headlight on a Prius. Like, you got to dismantle half the front of the car to get to the damn light bulb. But I have. Where is my first digital camera? Not there. I think I have it here somewhere. There's an old one. There's a Kodak Easy Share. I have it here somewhere. I don't know where it's at. But my first digital camera was the Casio QV10. I saved up and spent $700 on that damn camera. And it took 640 by 480 images, most of which I downgraded to 320 by 240 to increase the number of pictures I could take. It had no USB. It used a serial port and a 2.5mm plug. And it held 96 pictures in low quality mode. and like 60 or something like that in high quality mode. It did have a color LCD screen, had a swiveling lens, and no memory card. You had to plug it into a serial port. So when we went to Disney World, I brought a computer in a cardboard box with a video card that had composite video out, so that I could plug the computer into a TV screen, and it took about an hour to download the pictures. So when I filled up the camera, I had to run back to the parking lot, start up the generator, boot up the computer and the TV, plug the serial cable in, wait an hour, and then I could delete the pictures and run back into the park. But at the time, it was incredible. Because film was killing me. I was taking so many pictures that film was just killing me. And the ability to take as many pictures as I want, and the only thing it consumed was batteries, was incredible. I mean, just the freedom that gave you. I mean, sure, they're VGA pictures, but they were surprisingly usable. You know, I have thousands of them posted on my Facebook. So if you guys ever want to see what a digital camera in 1997 looked like. I have a few Mavicas. I think did I just see one? Yeah, here's one of them. I've got a few floppy Mavicas, and I have a CD Mavica too. Here's a CD Mavica. So this one here, where's that door? Here we go. So this one actually took a little 3-inch CD-ROM, and it could record little video clips or pictures to the CD-ROM. And the nice thing, I mean, it took a while to, you know, process each disc, but you know, that was your archive. That was your archive, basically. You just put that in a box on a shelf, and that was your archive of pictures. And then I also have a floppy drive Mavica here somewhere too. I have a couple floppy drive ones too. And yeah, the Mavicas were pretty cool because at the time, the most convenient medium for moving pictures around was a floppy disk. It was just very convenient to just pop in a computer, done. I didn't have a Mavica back in the old days because it was very expensive. I'm still trying to find one of my original cameras. My second digital camera, it got destroyed. So if anybody ever finds one, if you can find one in working condition for a reasonable price, I mean, I can't afford much, but I'll pay a small bounty for it. I'm looking for a Polaroid PDC 700. That is this one. Hang on. Hey, Timothy. So if anybody ever finds one, I will pay a bounty to get one. I mean, it won't be much. I mean, I can't afford much, but this is the Polaroid PDC 700. This is my second digital camera. I still have my QV10. It still works, but my PDC 700 died. I killed it. And if anybody finds one, let me know. It's very hard to find one in working condition. They pop up on eBay now and then, but they're usually non-working, and which is annoying. But that camera recorded XGA images, so 1024 by 768, which was the first resolution that was genuinely usable. You could make a 4x6 print and it looked fine. No video, no crappy screen, but also the other big thing, it took a memory card. That was my first camera that took a compact flash card. So no more waiting a small eternity to download your pictures over serial port. And also the beginning of being able to use things like this. So this is a PMP, portable media player, but basically it's a hard drive with an LCD screen and memory card slots. So I could pop my compact flash card out of my camera, stick it in here, and then download the pictures to this. Why would you bother? Well, I mean, with 32 gig, well, because at the time you had 8 megabyte cards, 32 megabyte cards. You know, a 32 megabyte card was an incredible upgrade at the time. You know, gigabyte memory cards either didn't exist or were just starting to come out and were insidiously expensive. At the time, memory cards were crazy expensive. So something like this was substantially cheaper than buying large memory cards. And this would hold gigabytes and gigabytes, you know, 10 gig, 20 gig, 30 gig hard drive in this. Laptop hard drive. Now I modify them. I take them apart, I clone them, and I put SSDs in them. No new 3D printers. So this week, as you guys know, we've been working on the K-Cup slides. And these things have proven to be a serious pain in my ass. First, the person who made the model of the K-Cup must have been, you know, working with EDM kind of stuff. Because, you know, even with the 0.2 millimeters that I added on all dimensions, it was still way too tight. So either that model was too small, or it was a perfect fit. You know, like those EDM models where you put the two metal parts together, it doesn't look like they're separate. It looks like there's one piece. So it took forever to get it scaled right so I can have it loose enough. And then I ran into a new problem. And this was a real pain in my butt. My viewers are pretty smart, so I want to see if you guys can figure this out. So here's the hint to what went wrong and how I figured it out and what I did to fix it. So I couldn't get the K-cups to fit. No matter what I did, they kept they were too tight. And it seemed intermittent. I was like, is there that much variation in these things? The solution ended up being this. I had to put a curve on the back. So here's your hint, and I want you guys to tell me why I needed a curve on the back and why that fixed the problem. Because the straight one didn't work. Even though it was sized correctly, there's just no way to get this. I mean, I mean, look at this. It doesn't even want to go in. But that one almost fits. So here's your tip. 6,800 feet. Tell me why I had a problem making this damn K-cup slide. Your hint is 6,800 feet. Yes! Very good. John got it immediately. So this is what we think of as a K-cup. So you have this little cup shape. There's a mylar metallic seal, metallized seal. And when you put this in the K-cup machine, a sharp probe punches a hole on this side and punches a hole on this side. Inside there's coffee grounds. And it injects water from this end, and the water works its way out naturally from this end into your cup. Well, because I'm at 6,800 feet, and pretty much everything we get is made at sea level, you have a substantial pressure difference. So this is how most of my K-cups come. You can see both the bottom and the top are domed. This is pressurized. This has actual pressure inside compared to a non-pressurized K-cup. Oh, they're also slightly different. There is some variation there. You can see this edge up here is different between these two K-cups. But because of my high altitude, so when we pull a package out of the fridge and it's puffed up like this, that doesn't mean it's bad here. Because all of our packages are puffed up. Because we're at higher altitude. So the pressure per square inch is lower. And because this is airtight sealed, this still has the 14.7 pounds per square inch of sea level in it. So when you come up to higher altitude, that pressure pushes out against the lower pressure of our atmosphere up here. So I had to put a dome, I had to put a curved shape in here to account for this curved shape in these puffed up K-pods. I can't puncture it. That would work. That would get rid of the pressure, but then that would also expose it to oxidation, so it would start to go bad. And then the other problem I had is that if I had the dome, if I had too much dome here, the K-Cup would jiggle too much inside the rack and it wouldn't slide properly. They wouldn't sit in here properly. So I had to find a compromise between keeping the slot tight on the rim in order to keep them from jiggling around, but also keep the dome large enough so that the little puffy guys here would fit properly. And it worked. So now I can slide in a regular K-Cup and it slides right down to the bottom like it's supposed to. And the little dimples at the bottom work perfectly. So they stop it from coming out, but I can push them past that if I need to pull one out. And now the little puffies fit. They don't slide on their own because there's no way to accomplish that with them being puffed up like that, but they easily enough slide up and down, and I can feed them in there. But you can see the difference in how puffed up this one is. You see now that one fits fine, but that one, you see, it's puffed up against that curve. I just happened to pick one up and I was like, wait a minute, why is this thing so puffy? And I was like, of course, we're high altitude. Hey, drone shots. I had somebody say they didn't realize New Mexico was that high, and I was like, the lowest point in New Mexico, the lowest altitude you can go in New Mexico is 2,850 feet. There's no place lower. So anywhere in New Mexico is going to be basically at least 3,000 feet or higher. It's basically sitting on top of a giant plateau, a giant mountain range. So even though I actually live in the mountains, it doesn't look like it because the mountains are the size of the entire state, so it just looks flat. you know, South Mountains right there, and of course from Albuquerque it looks amazing. But yeah, that was it. I just had to design that with a compromise between the slot and the, because if the slot was too sloppy, this would jiggle around too much, and they just look like crap. The cups just didn't sit in here properly. But now you can see they sit in there nice and straight. You know, they don't look crappy. I still have to figure out a proper way. Last 3D printer review was the WeDo ME40. Yeah, the WeDo ME40. They're CR10, basically. They're WeDo's CR10 clone. We stuck a 1.4 millimeter CHT nozzle in it. But yeah, that's this was printed on the CR6SE. You know, that's just the machine I have plugged up in the bathroom in the back there. Yeah. Also, I found out I needed one more rib. You can see it right there, that rib in the corner. It ended up making a big difference where this was just really flexible this way. Which wasn't necessarily bad, but if a cup went in too tight, it could pop out. And it just feels better having it nice and stiff now. Now this feels like an actual product. I mean, there's very, very little wiggle there. And this prints in like 2 hours, if that. Hey, 3D Medic. So that came out good. I also made one of the funnels. I refined the funnel. I figured out how to print the entire funnel in vase mode. So previously, this part would print in vase mode, and then this part would print in regular mode. And I figured out how to model this so that I can print the entire thing in vase mode. Also, for symmetrical objects like this that are round, I figured out, I'm going to show you guys today, I figured out a much, much easier way to put the slots in it that isn't such a pain in the ass. So I put the slots in from the outside instead of from the inside. So instead of the slot being on the inside surface and moving out and back, it's on the outside surface moving in. This only works with round objects that are symmetrical, so it has to be an actual circle. If it's an oval, it's not going to work, because an oval has a transition from one diameter to the other diameter, and that transition won't scale properly. but anything that is actually based on a circle, you can do this with, including the threads. So the ribs actually go inside the threads perfectly here. I'll show you guys that. But yeah, this whole thing printed in vase mode. And then the last change I'm going to make is I'm going to make this bottom edge 1.6 millimeter and this top edge 1.6 millimeter. By making it 1.6 millimeter, I can make the, oh my God. By making it 1.6 millimeters, I can make the top and bottom edges, or the top and bottom layers, 0. So 1 perimeter, 0 top and bottom layers. Because at 1.6 millimeters, the 2 perimeters will touch. I actually do that with the fins on my rockets. So when I design this rocket, this edge right here is 1.6 millimeters thick, so that it is exactly 2 perimeters. This way there's no top layer, there's no hole, there's no thin wall behavior issues. As long as I make that top layer 1.6 millimeters, it's out and in, and it's sealed. So I realized I can do that with these too. I can use cones to bring these to an edge that's 2 perimeters thick, so that this will print completely in vase mode with no top layers, no bottom layers, no nothing. I found out I can make this a whole lot smaller. I figured out how to do this properly. Hey, Joe. Although I have to move it out a little bit, because you can see it kind of gets in the way of the edge here. Now this one I actually screwed up. To make it all vase mode, I made a nice clean transition from the cone to the threading, but now you can actually see the top edge of the bottle in here, which means the water can get around the top edge of the bottle and out the side. So I have to add a donut in here that's still vase mode compatible to make sure the water can't as easily get underneath the outside edge of the bottle. Can I show you that? I don't think I have one that I can show you with. No, I don't have one of those bottles handy. But basically, you can see when I put this on, you can see when I put that on, you can't see the edge of the bottle because there's a lip inside. You see there's a lip inside there. That's so that the water can't go around the outside of the threads and down the side of the bottle. That's 2 separate islands. I can't print that in vase mode. So what I have to do is I have to make it a donut so that you can't see the edge of the bottle while looking down the cap like that. That's just a design thing I'll have to figure out. Because this prints incredibly fast when you can do it all in vase mode. It's just crazy how fast it prints. So now there'll be 3 versions. Screw-on milk jug, pop-on milk jug, and then this is soda cap. So this will fit your 20-ounce water bottles, your 33-ounce water bottles, your 2-liter water bottles, anything that takes that standard PP soda cap, HDPE soda cap. So that works. I found out that the air breather doesn't have to go all the way down inside the bottle. You just need to have the hole facing down so that when the fluid flows in, the air can get out. So I was able to stop that right there, which allows me to print the rest of this in vase mode. So that whole entire thing was printed in vase mode. So I just have to figure out how to handle the water seal. They already have that. Yeah, they already have caps that go in cans that allow you to drink like just take a drink out of it. They make those. Hang on, I can show you. Where's my link? There it is. So you are talking about these. So that's these things. So this is a friction fit that goes on top of the can, and then you have a standard cap on top. Basically, it turns your soda can into a water bottle. You're not going to easily 3D print this. The seal has to be near perfect, otherwise it's going to spill, and the force you would have to apply to get that to seal would be pretty substantial. I mean, could you 3D print it? Yeah, maybe, but you're better off just buying it. I mean, look how cheap they are. Here's a 6-pack. They're $2 a piece. But yeah, they make that. So yeah, those are a real pain in the butt, those K-cups, until I figured out that, wait a minute, what about that? What a pain that was. I must have printed that 6 or 7 times before I finally figured that out. So, how are we going to add that donut? This is a K-cup. These are single-serve coffee pods. You have Nespresso pods. You have Keurig K-cups. Basically, there's a filter and coffee grounds inside of this little cup. And you have a machine. And in that machine, you take one of these cups, you insert it into the machine, close the top, and then there's a sharpened needle that punctures the bottom, punctures the top. It injects hot water in the top. That water comes out the bottom, and you have your coffee. So there's exactly enough product in here for an 8 or 10 ounce cup of coffee. So there's a very high convenience factor. Good night, Mad Max. You just pop this in the machine and press the button, and that's it. You're done. You just wait for the coffee to come out. No prepping, no measuring, no nothing. You just stick this in there and it goes. Buying these in the grocery stores is pretty expensive, but Walmart and Amazon have them pretty cheap. So, for example, this company here, they actually did just raise the price, which is kind of bullshit, but usually about 35 cents each. I can probably show you a picture of it in operation. There you go. I didn't drink coffee until I tried it this past year and found that I actually like it. I had my first cup of coffee at 45 years old. So that's a Keurig machine. So you see you got this open clamshell here. This is where you put your coffee. Your water goes in here. So you just stick the cup in there, close it, and hit the button. And of course, there's a huge variety of these machines. And you just stick it in there. And ones that do both. You can get little pods where you can fill them with your own coffee grounds to make your own pods, so you can still have the convenience of the machine like that. I have this one. Kept having a problem with the machines dying. And eventually I got this machine. Here. I got this one because it could take Nespresso pods or K-cups. It's got a half-a-gallon water reservoir in the back. So, like, twice a week we got to fill it up. And, you just stick your cup here, and on top of the machine here, you have buttons. And you can just, whatever size you want, you just turn it on, press the button, and it just does its thing. There's the controls. I don't have that bold button. I wonder what that is. What's that about? Huh. I wonder what that does. Because my machine doesn't have that. Mine's older. It doesn't. It has these buttons, but not that button. Dented pods? That's interesting. I get them pretty cheap here. I mean, nope. You can go to Walmart sells their coffee pods here. So you're looking at roughly 35 cents a pod. And you can get bulk. You can see if you start by name brand, it gets very expensive very fast. There's 22 for 17 versus 12 for 4. So the price can get very pricey very quick. But if you buy the generic brand, here's 96 of them for $26. So that's like 27 cents a piece or something like that. But I'm not big into regular coffee. It just doesn't do much for me. I like the specialty flavors. Huge price increase, which is really annoying. But these used to be $29, and they raised the price over 30%. So they went from roughly 32, 33 cents each to 40 cents each. That's a pretty big jump in price. But these are nice because you can buy an assortment like this. So you get a whole bunch of different flavors. And then once you figure out what flavors you like, then you can order just those flavors. So for example, I like the Southern Pecan and the Vermont Maple. So those are the ones that I order. They're a luxury item. I mean, coffee is cheaper, although at 30 cents a pop, there's a balance there. What does a coffee machine cost you to run? You know what I mean? And I can also put regular coffee grounds in one of these. And most people realize that you could actually just reuse this cup itself. I mean, if you just peel this top off, you can just dump whatever coffee grounds you want in there and stick it back in the machine. It's not going to care. It's not going to know. But they make little universal cups that fit inside these that you fill with your own coffee grounds. Yeah. But yeah, that's a pretty. I'm glad I have a couple of hundred of those already because $40 is a little pricey, for me. So it'll probably be a while before I order those again. So thankfully, I have like a box and a half of pecan and a box of Vermont maple. So I have like 250 of them. That's enough to last me about a year. The being able to fill your own K cup is less about cost and more about convenience and flavor choices. So you want a particular flavor coffee and it's not available or it's not practical in K cups. Well, you already have the coffee grounds. Just stick it in here. So you can make 3 or 4 of them all at once, and then because you don't want to make too many because they go bad. Because they're not sealed. The ones you make yourself. So you can make 3 or 4 of them, stick them in your drawer, and then each morning you get up, you can just pop it in the machine. So you could probably get away with making a week's worth. So you could probably make 7 of them. So you fill up 7 cups of whatever preferred flavor you want, and now you get the convenience of being able to just stick that pod in the machine and hit go. And, no filter and cleaning. You don't have to clean it because it never gets dirty. None of the coffee water ever touches anything. It's got a reservoir on the back that'll last a week. Almost a week. If you have 1 cup a day, I bet you that is a week. Yeah, 8.5. So if you have one 8-ounce cup of coffee every morning, that reservoir holds enough water for 8.5 days, so 8 days of coffee. Um, so you could make up, 7 of your own custom pods, put them in a holder, fill up this machine once at the beginning of the week, and now for the rest of the week, you have zero fuss. You walk out to your kitchen, you pop a pod in, hit the button, go make your toast and eggs or whatever, and the coffee's done, and that's it. You're done. You take the pot out and you toss it in the sink. They have an automatic descaling function, which should not be a problem for me because I don't use tap water. I use distilled water in the machine, so I will probably never have to clean it. But it has an automatic function where it warns you, the lights change color, whatever. It says, hey, run your descaling process. And you just put a little vinegar in it with water. You press 2 buttons on the machine, and it runs through and does its thing. But I'll probably never have an issue because I'm using distilled water. So I process my own distilled water here because it's cheaper than going to the grocery store. And, well, the problem is stovetop percolators, they tend to burn the coffee. And I think that's why I didn't like coffee as a kid, because my dad tended to like burnt coffee, and I didn't. So I thought that was how all coffee tasted. It wasn't until actually the Vine program, I got a $700 Philips espresso machine because my sister liked coffee. And when we had the machine, I was like, you know something? I've got the machine. I might as well try it. Worst that can happen is I don't like it, right? And turns out I did like it. I was like, wow, this doesn't taste anything like my dad's coffee. This actually tastes good. I was bouncing off the walls one day because I couldn't find a clear description of what the difference was between the different modes. The thing has like 8 different kinds of coffee you can make. What's it doing differently? What's the difference between, Americano and espresso and all these other different options? And so I tried all of them. All at once. I made one of each and tried them all. There's not much difference between them. Hey, someone wants to lick my balls. Lick my balls. um, but what are you gonna do? Um, so it turned out I did like it. I gotta tear that machine apart. It stopped working. I tried to feed grounds through it and I clogged it up inside, so I gotta pull the whole mechanism out and clean it out. And because I have an entire case of Starbucks Verdona coffee. Um, you can buy expired Starbucks coffee for dirt cheap. Like I paid less for this entire case of like 50 pounds worth of Starbucks Verdona coffee than you would pay for a bag and a half in the grocery store. So it was ridiculously cheap, and Starbucks even has confirmed that the coffee is technically good for up to 18 months past the date on the package. And so I have a shit ton of it. um, I gotta start giving some of it away to the neighbors and stuff like that because it's gonna go bad. I will never ever drink all of it before it goes bad. I would have to drink a bag a week in order to use it all up. So I gotta start giving it away to neighbors, let people have it. Better to have somebody use it than have it go to waste. Oh. I gotta start keeping my coffee grounds too because apparently coffee grounds are very good for your garden. So I want to start keeping them to get some use out of them. So let's see about fixing this funnel. I think I know what I need to do. There we go. I mean, I don't have to actually seal it. I just have to redirect the water. That's the wrong one. Well, this is done, so I'll be posting that soon. Go ahead. Give me a reason to tell you to lick my balls. Your name isn't a domain name, so I'll give you a chance. Let's see here. Something I decided I don't want to have this gap on the top. It'd be easier to make pins to put multiple together than it would be to make a single piece. Coffee in silk bags like tea comes? That's interesting. Now there is an environmental issue with these things. In theory they're supposed to be recyclable, but the reality is they're not actually recyclable. Recycling is more than simply can this be recycled. It's not about can you recycle something, is it practical to recycle something. So for example, my local transfer station just changed their policy on recycling. We can now only bring number 1 and number 2 plastic to the transfer station for recycling. And they will no longer accept any other plastic because apparently there's no reliable source for them to sell the plastic. So of course, if they can't sell it, you're going to pay to dispose of it. And here we don't have, there's no city trash service. So you either have to hire a private company to collect your trash can, or you do what I do. You pay $5 to take a trailer load to the dump. Eventually, now I've seen there's a guy on YouTube. They're called Make Brothers or Brothers Make. They're called Brothers Make, and they reuse HDPE and LDPE to make other things with it. And I would love to do that because I think that's awesome, rather than having it end up in a dump. Because 90% of our recycling never actually gets recycled; it ends up in the dump. So what's the point? Well, a better way to recycle is if you recycle, because now you know it's being recycled. So HDPE is this. This is HDPE. So this is high density polyethylene, and I believe the caps are also HDPE. It should. It doesn't have the recycle symbol on it, but I'm pretty certain the caps are also HDPE. So you can shred this up and melt it and reuse it. And apparently it's unlimited. You can melt it, reuse it, melt it, reuse it. It doesn't have a limit like PLA has. LDPE is your grocery store plastic bags. So those plastic bags where they stretch a little bit when you try to tear them? That's LDPE, and you can reuse that as well. So what I'm wondering is, if I shred up HDPE, if I shred it, can I feed that through a pellet style extruder like Atomic Filament uses for their big giant printer? Hey, GeForce. I don't know. I'm not sure if the same cut it into strips, fold it on itself process that they use for PET. So your milk jugs, water jugs are made of HDPE, high density polyethylene, while your soda bottles are made of PET. Both of which, in theory, a printer can print. So he was, for example, a great idea was he was melting the HDPE, putting it through a high pressure injector and a mold, and he was making plant pots, and they look pretty damn cool too. So my question is, well, can I? I don't have a plastic injector and money for molds and stuff like that, but I do have printers, and I could put big honking fat nozzles on a printer. So the question is, can I print HDPE? I'm not sure. I honestly don't know. I never searched for that. Let me check. 3D print HDPE. Well, there is HDPE filament. So what I need is one of these. I need a grinder. Yeah, PP filament's pretty common. But the advantage is that if I could print it, then I don't need molds. Adhesion is a B word. I'm pretty sure the caps on milk bottles are the same as the milk jug itself. I think they're both HDPE. At least in Europe they are. In Europe, the milk jug and the milk bottle are HDPE. Here in the US, not sure. And as far as soda caps, I'm not sure. I thought they were polypropylene. Yeah, it's HDPE. Stop messing with me. They're definitely not PTFE. Warping is not going to be an issue for me because I'll be printing with a big fat nozzle, which means I'll have a lot of surface area. So, for example, I can open air print ABS when I'm printing at 1.2 millimeters because I'm printing such a fat layer that the adhesion across that fat layer is strong enough to resist the warping. Poor self-adhesion is an issue, meaning you might have to print very slow and very hot. Yeah, that's who I'm talking about. A1 Offender, that's who I'm talking about. Brothers Make. I'm subscribed to them. They make some great stuff. That's not an alarm. You're hearing the mini split unit above the noise gate. So when I'm not talking, the noise gate covers it up. You'll see it here. Oh, you can't see that. Hang on. There it is. So this is the microphone that you're hearing. This is the microphone on the camera. So you'll hear this one kicks in a noise gate, which cuts out the mini split, but you can still see it's making the noise over here. I set the noise gate just above the decibels of the mini split. But of course, when I'm talking, that gate has to open, and so you hear the mini split in the background. I don't know why that one head unit, for some reason, makes noise. The other two are silent. That one makes noise. It's very annoying. Yeah, well, not moving home, moving away from home. I moved from Pennsylvania to New Mexico. So yeah, I'm living here in New Mexico now. The only way I assume the only way I can eliminate that noise is to pay someone to come out and fix it, which I don't have the money for. So, Maybe when it's warmer, I'll try taking it apart and seeing if there's any obvious reason for the noise. But it sounds like it doesn't sound like a mechanical noise. It sounds like an electronic noise. So I don't think that's something I'm going to be able to fix. And I'm pretty sure it's out of warranty. So I'm stuck with it. Now, this is a big problem, shrinkage, because man, does it shrink. And it shrinks a lot. I'm hoping it can be pre-shrunk. But again, it probably expands quite a bit when you melt it. Yeah, I know. Well, eventually, hopefully, if I find the remote for that unit and use that one to heat, I could turn this off during the stream. But right now, these 3 units are barely able to heat this house. I bought an undersized unit. It's a 27,000 BTU unit, and I really need about 40,000 BTUs. So I'm about 13 or 14,000 BTUs short of having enough to properly heat this house. But that was $4,700. I didn't have any more money. The next larger unit was like $2,000 more, and I just didn't have it. So, for some reason, I cannot find a universal remote that will work with that unit. I've tried like 4 or 5 of them. None of them work. Most of the universal remotes require you to go through an algorithm search. So you would sit there with a remote, and for example, you'd go, set, power, set, power, set, power, set, power, set, power. I don't have a loft. This is a mobile manufactured home, so what you see is it. There's no loft. There's no attic, nothing like that. It's actually a very well insulated house. You can tell that when there's snow on the roof. So the only thing I can do is add more BTUs. I need to add more BTUs. But the problem is most mini split universal remotes don't use power in the auto program search. They use temperature increase. Well, the problem is the fucking thing has to be on for that to work. And I can't turn it on. There's no buttons. There's no buttons on the machine. There's no way to turn it on without the remote. And since the remote doesn't use power cycling to program, I can't program it. So these universal remotes might work if the machine was on, but I can't turn it on. Also, sometimes I think I bought extra remotes for that machine. I did. I bought extra remotes for that machine. I lost those too. I bought extra remotes because of the fact that you have to have a remote. So I figured I better buy extra remotes just in case, and I lost them too. I'll find them eventually, but that doesn't help me now. I cannot find a record of that purchase anywhere. I'm telling you, I think Google or Amazon sometimes goes into your history and deletes things so that it never existed. Because there is no record anywhere in my email, in my Amazon history, or my eBay history of me purchasing those remotes, even though I bought 3 of them in the last 3 years. So who's deleting these records? I mean, my Amazon history goes back more than 3 years. They're not there. My eBay history goes back more than 3 years. They're not there. My email history goes back more than 3 years. They're not there. It's like someone electronically went in and erased the fact that that purchase ever happened. Drives me nuts. Well, I can't do anything with AliExpress because I can't afford to buy random remotes, wait a month and a half for them to get here, hope it works, and then buy the next random remote when that doesn't work. So AliExpress doesn't work. Just I don't know what is so special about this unit. It's a Whirlpool. It's a Whirlpool mini split, but it's a Mexico Whirlpool. So, for example, it doesn't have Fahrenheit; it only has Celsius, which is a pain in the ass, by the way. Celsius sucks for temperature. I don't know why anybody likes Celsius for temperature. It's annoying as hell. Now, if it had a decimal, I wouldn't care, but it doesn't. You can only change temperature in whole units. No, I didn't buy it from AliExpress. I bought it from eBay or Amazon. AliExpress is a pain in the ass for me to order from because it takes so long. And also, it took me forever to figure out that they kept deleting my account because they didn't like my email address. So it's weird. They would let me create an account and then they would disable the account. And it turns out they will not allow you to have AliExpress as part of your email address. So the way I handle my spam filtering is by blacklisting, not whitelisting. Whitelisting is a pain in the ass and too much work. So I blacklist. That means I use aliases. So Walmart gets Walmart@Nerisse.com. YouTube gets YouTube@Nerisse.com. Microsoft gets Microsoft@Nerisse.com. And AliExpress gets AliExpress@Nerisse.com. But apparently AliExpress doesn't allow that. So my account kept getting disabled, and it does not explain why. It should be a felony. It should be. I'm going to go Karen. Okay, this is my Karen moment. It should be a felony to interfere with someone's account without explaining it. I'm not saying they can't. If Amazon wants to ban you, if Reddit wants to ban you, if Twitter wants to ban you, fine. It's their property. They should be able to. But they should be required by law to provide a valid, usable explanation as to why. And so apparently it turns out AliExpress doesn't allow AliExpress to be in your email address. So I had to change my email address for AliExpress to Express Ali to make it different enough from their name to get them to stop closing the account. Well, what they would do, they wouldn't close it, they put it on hold and have to change the password, and then I would change the password, and then it would just close again. And apparently their system or somebody in the company was shutting it down. Like, I'm currently having that problem with Starbucks. I keep trying to create a Starbucks account. I don't buy anything from Starbucks, but it's worth 25 points in my receipt app. So I get 25 points a week by having an account and letting them scan it. My receipt scanning app. And Starbucks keeps closing my account with no explanation. It just stops working. And I think it's because the address is starbucks@Nerisse.com. Well, too bad. That's the only address you're getting. I'm not going to change the address to match your filters. If that means I can't have an account with you, fine. Then I can't have an account with you. It's not like I buy anything from Starbucks. I couldn't afford to go there. When I tell you that I have spent hours searching, I've even had recent things, like something I bought 2 weeks ago, gone. Like it never existed. I'm holding the product in the box in my hand, but it's gone electronically. It's like, what? Even if I delete the email, which I usually don't, I don't delete those kind of emails. I keep them for record keeping because of taxes. And but I've had, entire transactions just as if they never existed. It's very weird. But oh man. So I did want to change this. Okay. So we want this. That is not what I wanted you to do. I really hate it when it disobeys me. Seriously? You're just gonna fuck with me like this? Give me this. Once again, you're giving me the wrong item. Not what I want. Sometimes Tinkercad has a real hard time grabbing things if they're transparent. It has a real tough time grabbing transparent items. It doesn't want to grab them. It's grabbing that wrong freaking item again. You get a feeling, you just know. And it's grabbing the wrong item again. Hey, it finally grabbed what I told it to grab. Yeah, it really does not like grabbing transparent items. Like, it will not grab that. Look, it won't grab it. It just won't do it. Well, for me, casting requires resources. Printing doesn't. I just turn on the machine and hit go. And so that's why I prefer printing. Okay. That looks good. I don't see any imperfections. How about the other side? Oh, I did want to... I'll leave it. It does. If you have the means, and if you're going to be making an awful lot of them, sure. But for me, it's about cost. Export STL. Okay. And printing is significantly cheaper. Because I already have the 3D printers. And I don't have to buy any more equipment. No, that's not wrong. I'm right. If you don't have the money to buy the molds, then it's not cheaper. Okay, that's okay. That's like saying an electric car is cheaper. Yes, an electric car is cheaper if you can afford one. No, any mold you can 3D print is not going to withstand the temperatures of molten HDPE. Unless you're printing with $400 a kilogram peak. Injection molds require very specific design theory and techniques and rules. Making a plastic injection mold is very expensive. That is not something you do at home. Not easily. Now, small things maybe, again, using a resin printer, yes. You can get the resolution you need, but you still need the skill set to do that. Oh, so like the people get the silicone molds and they epoxy resin and they make their own dice and stuff like that. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, but I want to reuse HDPE. Yeah, that I totally see that all the time. You can actually buy molds, silicone molds for dice making and stuff like that. Tabletop gamers like that. They use it a lot. There's some people who make some pretty good money making some very beautiful custom dice and stuff like that. But see, part of the okay, I want to use 3D printing because I already have 3D printers, and I want to use HDPE because number one, it's free. Number two, it's recycling. So free, cheap, and recycling. Resin, you gotta make molds, you gotta buy resin. There's a cost involved. Now, if you're making a product, of course, you're a commercial venture. That might be totally worth it. If you have a good skill at making something, then a mold is going to allow you to make a whole lot more of it cheaper in the long run. You're going to pay up front to get the process going, but your per unit cost is going to drop very rapidly. And theoretically, depending on how you do it, you can also increase the rate at which you can make them. So, like with 3D printers, I can only make one on the 3D printer at a time. And if I want to make more than one, I have to set up more than one printer. Hey, Ben! But if you want to make, 100 of them, well, or 1,000 of them, suddenly 3D printing becomes a little bit more cumbersome. Because you either need to set up, 50 printers and have them going. Or you set up a mold and you make 30 molds and you pour out the resin, come back and do it again. And it's a good stepping stone between home creation and mass production. It's like a middle ground to mass production. You don't need a vacuum chamber, but it really does help. You can use heat to get rid of surface bubbles. You can be careful with your processing to reduce bubbles. And, but yeah, a vacuum chamber does help a lot. Now, you can also do the opposite. You can use a pressure pot. So instead of using vacuum pressure to remove the bubbles, you can use high pressure. That removes the surface bubbles, but not the internal bubbles. You can also use high pressure to compress the bubbles. And you keep it compressed until it cures, and now the bubbles can't expand. So Peter Brown, he does that. Peter Brown is another YouTuber, a good one to watch. He makes cool stuff like that. So if you have a pressure vessel, and it doesn't need a lot of pressure, but if you have a pressure vessel, you put your ready-to-go mold with resin in the pressure vessel, you hook it up to an air compressor, and you pressurize it, and that's also a way to alleviate the bubble problem. Otherwise, you end up, with a unit like this, and then there's this freaking air cavity on the side because an air bubble formed. Okay, so let's split this. So I'll show you what I did here. This is pretty cool. Hi, Katie. How you doing, baby? Yeah. Want to say hi? Yeah. Want to say hi to my viewers, huh? Yeah. He's a good boy. Yeah. He's a good boy. He's my kitty. Yeah. I love my cats. They're such good cats. Yeah. He's like, okay, I'll tolerate the snuggles. There you go, baby. Then I have to blow off my hands because they're covered in his little fur. He's a good cat. I have no complaints. Sometimes I think he fucks with me on purpose. Like, I'm always worried about him being, because of the issue with the UTI he had when we first got him. Because I can't afford a vet. I'm always worried that he's going to get sick again. And one night, he made a yowling noise. I mean, I jumped out of bed so fast, wondering if something was wrong with him, and it was just him, being a cat. um, Cats will be cats, I guess. So this one is interesting because this is a circle, I was able to cut it out from the inside. So I have this here is just a mold of the inside, and I just increased its size by 1.6 millimeters. And that allowed me to, instead of making these bottle tops, to make it easier to fill a bottle with water. Michelle has we make our own distilled water, and then we fill up bottles of 17-ounce bottles, and then you get those little juice packs. And Michelle has a tough time pouring the water into the bottle, so I'm making these funnels to make it easier for her to pour the water into the bottle. And so I decided to make one that fits the 17-ounce bottles. And I want to print the whole thing in vase mode. And I kind of goofed up. I forgot that you need a lip inside of here so the water doesn't go around the threads. So by making a shape like this and expanding it on the inside, so the slots come in from the outside instead of coming in from the inside. And then, of course, the one goes all the way through to give you your vase mode. I have a water distilling machine. So that right there. So I have one of these. I have a nicer one. Has a screen on it and stuff. Basically, you fill this with tap water, and it runs for a set amount of time. This way, it doesn't overheat. Up here, you have your distillation tubing with a cooling fan, and it's slightly pressurized. The steam gets pushed through the cooling pipes you can see inside here. There's cooling veins, a pipe that spirals around, and the distilled water comes out here. I didn't even know stuff like this is available. I was like, shit, for $100, done. You just put this on the counter and run it. Now, I can only run it during the day and at night because power costs twice as much money at certain times of the day. But as long as I only run this during off-peak time, it costs me 25 cents in electricity to make 1 gallon of water. So it's about 27 cents total to make 1 gallon of distilled water versus 35 cents a gallon plus the cost of fuel to drive to the store to get it. To go to a machine there and get the water. Now I can just make it on my countertop. So 10:30 at night, I hit the start button, and when I wake up in the morning, I have a gallon of distilled water. I have a dozen-gallon jugs of water underneath my sink right now, just sitting there, And when we get low, when I get below like 4 or 5 gallons, I'll start the machine up again and start making some more water. Because we can't drink the tap water here. The tap water here has a huge amount of calcium carbonate in it. And it has other stuff in it that just tastes like absolute dog shit. It's not dangerous. The water is technically safe, but it tastes absolutely horrible. That's because all the water around here comes from aquifers underground where there's limestone. And so there's huge mineral content in our water. So our grocery stores, here I'll show you. It's such a big problem here that they actually have machines. I'm trying to find one to show you. Really? Nobody has any? I'm really surprised. there a... Oh, I might be on the Google Map View car soon, Street View. One drove by the McDonald's while sitting there yesterday. I tried chasing it down, but I couldn't get out of the parking lot before it went down the road. Seriously? You're going to steal Google Maps maps. Google probably not going to be happy about that. And then it's not even clickable? Like, what the hell? There it goes. I was like, what the hell? Where the hell is the goddamn... It's right here. Those machines right there. Is there a Street View? Oh, there is, right here. Here we go. So right there, we have these machines. Those are propane. And then these machines on the right here are water. So you bring your... We keep water buffaloes in the house. I call it a water buffalo. What do you call the machines in office buildings with the 5-gallon jugs of water on top? I call them water buffaloes. I'm not sure what the real name is, but water cooler. So most of us have a water cooler, and we go to the grocery store. You could buy the 5-gallon jugs, but it's like $14. But once you have enough of them, I actually have a rack that I hold them on, and once you have enough of them, you stop buying the $14 bottles of water, and what you do is you refill them. So you bring the 5-gallon jug with you to this machine, you give it money, you give it your credit card or whatever, and you can tell it, 1 gallon or 5 gallons, and you put the 5-gallon jug in there, hit the 5-gallon button, and it fills the thing with 5 gallons of water. I would bring my trailer, and I would bring like 10 of them with me. This way I only had to go like once every 2 months. But this is commonplace around here. We have these stations all over the place. This softens, filters, and cleans the water so that it's not nasty. Now, for washing clothes, washing dishes, getting a shower, it's fine. For cooking so far, it's fine. I've tried making, macaroni and cheese and soup with the tap water and the distilled water. I can't tell the difference. But when you make a drink mix, like when you take a juice powder and put it in the water, it's bad. Because a water softener is about $1,100 and it costs about $50 a month to run. That's why. Water softeners are not cheap to run, especially here, because our water is so hard that even your regular run-of-the-mill water softener isn't strong enough to actually process the water correctly. The number of grains you need to properly process the water is ridiculous, and water softeners cost a fortune. You're looking at $800 to $1,100 plus tools and machinery to install it. The piping and valves and stuff. Then your water bill is going to go up because once a day the machine cycles. It dumps its 30 or 40 gallon content under the ground. It has to flush. And because of our high grain hardness, it has to flush a lot. And then you have to buy the bags of salt. They're $40 a bag. And you're going to need like 2 or 3 a month. Well, our water usage, probably 1 a month. We don't use that much water. 1,200 to 2,500 gallons a month. So now instead of a $30 water bill, I'll have a $70 water bill. So it's a hell of a lot cheaper just to use the hard water where it doesn't matter and then use distilled water where it makes sense. If you live someplace where the water is slightly hard, that might make sense. Yeah, water softeners are expensive. They're not cheap to run. So the water, now see, the thing is, there's certain things you can't use the hard water in. So, for example, making juice mix, you can't use the hard water. It's nasty. Your coffee machine, you can't use the hard water. Your humidifiers, can't use the hard water. Cat watering fountains, can't use the hard water. And ice machines, you can't use the hard water. And by the way, somebody told me I was going to like the taste of coffee when I started using distilled water. because the distilled water has no flavor of its own, and it leaches flavors. So it's gonna make the coffee pop, and they're right. The coffee does pop more with the distilled water. So all of those machines have one thing in common. They have little tiny water pumps inside, and those water pumps can't tolerate hard water. I bought these relatively nice. They're like $130 a piece. They were large, they look like a portable AC unit, but they were a swamp cooler. Swamp coolers work here because our humidity is under 20%. So evaporative cooling works very well here. So I figured to save some money, I'll get some water coolers. The first set of swamp coolers I got, 5 days. They lasted 5 days and they died. I took them back to the store. They replaced them. 5 more days, they died. I'm not kidding. It's like 5 or 6 days. That's it. So those machines that have small pumps, we can't use the hard water in. So you either need to buy water, like at one of these places here, or you need to make your own water. And now that I found out I can make my own water, hell yeah. Not only do I save 10 cents a gallon, but I also save the cost of energy to drive to the store and get it. So, in the past, what I would have to do, what I chose to do out of convenience is I would hook up the trailer to the car. I'd put my 10 5-gallon jugs in the trailer. I would drive to the store. I would unhitch the trailer and roll the trailer, because this is a gate here. I would roll the trailer through that opening over to here, and I would sit down here on the trailer and just put a 5-gallon jug in one of each of the machines and put the credit card in all the machines and let it fill it up. Oh, wow. That's the thing here. You can't use reverse osmosis to soften water. Reverse osmosis will take contaminants and toxins and stuff like that out of the water. It's incredible. You can get under the sink units, so you have like a separate little spout next to your sink, and that would be your RO water. The problem is you cannot remove calcium carbonate using RO. Well, technically you can. You'll destroy the filter in less than a week. It'll clog the filter up in less than a week. So RO is not an option for us. Now, if you have a water softener and then you run RO, yes, that'll work. But you have to get rid of the calcium first before you can use an RO here. And also, you can't filter hard water. You can't filter out the hard. That's not how it works. There's only 2 ways to remove the hard from hard water: ion exchange and distillation. That's it. Nothing else works. A softener is using ion exchange. You're basically turning your water into slightly salt water. You're exchanging a calcium ion for a sodium ion. In fact, for people who have a sodium problem, they actually make potassium pellets for water softeners. So you'd be replacing the calcium ion with a potassium ion. That's an ion exchange, and that's the only way to do it, other than distillation. I don't need a large distiller because I don't need that much water. It doesn't take that much effort to make a dozen gallons of water. I'll probably end up making, in the end, I'll probably work on making about 35 to 40 gallons because I have a 35-gallon tank. And so I'll just make enough to fill that. And that'll also, if something weird ever happens, and, I'll always have, a month or 2 of drinking water in the house. But yeah, it's pretty efficient. It takes 3.5 hours. So in 3.5 hours after I turn it on, it's done. In theory, I could make I can make 3 gallons a day. Wake up in the morning, you wait until 9 o'clock. Because 9 o'clock is when the power goes from 20 cents a kilowatt to 11 cents a kilowatt. So you wait until 9 a.m. and I press the button. I turn the machine on. 12:30, 1 o'clock, I fill the machine again and press the button again. It will be done before 4:30, which is important because at 4:30 it goes back up to if you have a poor quality RO, yeah, it's basically stuff should not be passing through an RO filter. A good quality RO filter is extremely effective, but it's also extremely expensive. You know, even a moderately decent RO. Yes, yes, calcium, potassium, sodium, they're all minerals, which RO has an extreme difficult time removing. A good, decent, low cost RO unit is like $600 or $700. So you know if you're paying less than, let's call the basement $450, $400. If you're paying less than $400 for an RO, I would question the validity of that unit. It's not a cheap process. It's just expensive to do. So if you got like $100 RO unit, it's probably not working, or it's not even an RO unit. It's a Chinese knockoff pretending to be. There's one guy who made another good YouTube channel to watch is Big Clive. Big Clive is a really good channel. He opened up a fake UVC sanitizer. It was just a blue LED inside. It didn't actually do anything. It was completely fake. Yeah, he's yelling at you. The cat's yelling at Michelle because he wants to be fed. Hey, TRT Nordland. So, a water softener is convenient because it requires relatively little maintenance once you have it installed, and it just runs, and it softens all the water in the house. So, for example, a consequence of us not running a water softener is that once a month, I have to take my shower heads off and my sink faucets off, and I have to dunk them in vinegar. Vinegar is an acid, and so it dissolves the calcium. So what happens is all the little orifices on the shower head get clogged up with the calcium. You'll actually see it as this white residue that builds up on it. I already filled it with vinegar, so I can't show you, but I'll try to remember next time to not clean the machine, and you can see how much calcium ends up inside of my water distiller after even just one usage. It looks like it's covered in this white foam like stuff inside. That's all the calcium that was left behind. So the reason water distillation works is that you are converting the water into a gas. So anything the water was holding is no longer held because the water's not there anymore. So the water evaporates from your pressure vessel, goes through a cooling tunnel, and then condenses back into water again. But because it evaporated to a gas, whatever contaminants were in the water are left behind. So your machine ends up filled with this white scum, and then you have clean water on the other end. So I would take 10 5-gallon jugs to the grocery store, sit there for half an hour, fill them up, bring them home. I have a storage rack that holds 5-gallon jugs, and I got a bottom loading water buffalo, so we don't have to flip it over on top. You just stick it in the buffalo, put the hose in it, and that's it. It even has the ability to chill the water and heat the water, although I don't use that because it uses electricity. But yeah, and with that, we don't even need a funnel. You just stick your bottle under the nozzle and press the button, and it fills your bottle. Some of the nicer units have coffee maker built in. I have to clean the distiller once a week. I could probably go longer but it'll become less efficient the longer I wait to clean it, because the calcium carbonate is an insulator, and you'll see it builds up where the heating element is underneath the tank. And what it's going to do is it's going to insulate the tank from the heating element. So it'll take more and more and more heat to actually heat up the water in the tank. So it'll use more electricity. Hey, red light. So once a week, I stop using it. I dump some vinegar in it, let it sit overnight to work on dissolving it. You also have to scratch up the deposit at the bottom so the vinegar can get to more of it. And it cleans out perfectly. It takes a little bit of scrubbing, not much. Oh, I can't even imagine what my water tank must look like. Oh, man. Yeah, I imagine you do. I'm probably gonna... Actually, my hot water stopped working. I'm hoping it's just the breaker popped on the water heater. But it could be that the element finally died. Because eventually I'm going to kill that element. No matter how good the element is, eventually it's going to die from the hard water. What happens is the hard water coats the element, and so the element runs hotter and hotter and hotter in order to heat the water in the tank, and eventually it burns itself up. You're moving to Albuquerque? That's cool. I wanted to live in Tucson, but it was just too expensive. Cost of living in Arizona is pretty high. The only problem with moving to Albuquerque is you have to get your car inspected. If you're in Albuquerque or Bernalillo County, you need your car inspection, but anywhere else in the state, no inspection. It's beautiful here. I love it here so much. Although I can't take my electric car to Albuquerque anymore. That's it. The car can't go to Albuquerque. It's too much of a load on the battery pack to climb up the mountain. And I just can't take the chance of it stranding me, and then I have to call AAA again. So I can't take the electric car to Albuquerque anymore. The good news is I found out that the battery has an 8-year warranty. The 30 kilowatt battery has an 8-year warranty. So I should have another year and a half on the warranty, which means it should lose one more bar before Yes, I know, you're hungry, and she won't feed you. She's so mean. Yeah, I say we punish her. What do you think? Want to punish her, baby? You want to punish that cruel creature? Doesn't want to feed you? A lazy bum getting up at 1 o'clock in the afternoon to feed you? She's supposed to feed you 4 hours ago. Yeah. Los Angeles. The cat is yelling because he finally realizes Michelle's awake, and so he knows it's time to be fed. So he's back there yelling at her. Meow! Meow! He's a good boy. Yes, he is. So so the cheapest option for me is to either buy the water or distill the water, because the amount that we actually need is not that high, since I can cook with the hard water and I can clean with the hard water. I mean, sure, I have to clean off my stuff once a month. I have to unscrew the shower heads and dunk them in a bucket of vinegar, because what happens is all the little orifices on the shower head get clogged up, and eventually it'll actually stop spraying water. Or worse, what'll happen is very little water will come out, but it's a high pressure needle jet and it'll actually hurt. Well, for me, it's a matter of cost. So I buy the regular, probably 5% vinegar, whatever the Walmart sells is $3 a gallon. And so sure, I have to buy vinegar, but it's $3 a month. I'm okay with $3 a month. That's a hell of a lot cheaper than a water softener. And then eventually it'll cost me nothing to make my own water, because once I have a battery large enough to run that machine, it's 3.5 hours at roughly 700 watts. So I need like a 2.5 kilowatt hour battery, and then I can just solar charge it, and then it'll cost me nothing to distill my own water, except for the cost of the water itself. You know, what was my last bill? 30 divided by 1,250 gallons. So 2.4 cents a gallon. So it cost me about 2.5 cents a gallon for water here. And so it's 25 cents for the electricity, and so 27.5 cents for me to make a gallon of water. If I can eventually get a battery and solar power it, then it'll cost me 2.5 cents a gallon. You know, the cost of tap water. You lose a little bit. You lose about 10% in the process, but that's negligible at 2.5 cents. Okay, PETG. The first layer is the most important. So, even if your first layer appears to go down fine, usually what happens is a part of your first layer peels up, gets stuck onto the nozzle, and now you have a blob. PETG will actually prefer to stick to your nozzle rather than stick to itself. So it tends to curl up and stick to the nozzle. So make sure your nozzle tip is very clean, and make sure you have good adhesion on the bed. Make sure that use a brim if you have to. Make sure that first layer stays put. Another way you can get blobbing, and this happens a lot with PETG, any kind of stringing will tend to curl up and then stick to the nozzle, and then it'll build up and build up until you have this molten blob of overcooked PETG, and then it'll drop into your print. They do, what you want is a nozzle that has, what do you call it? The property where the lubricity of the nozzle. Yeah, PETG does not like to be squished. So that first layer has to go down really clean. Glass works very well for PETG, but make sure you use glue stick on the glass, because otherwise the PETG will stick so well to the glass, it'll actually take a chunk of the glass out. It'll actually break the glass. So you need a release layer. As far as I know, PEI works fine for PETG. As far as I know, it works fine. But yeah, and also, the other trick is you have to make sure your cooling fan is low or off. So, for example, I print PETG at 250 degrees Celsius or 255 degrees Celsius, and I use 25% fan. Oh, wow, that's a pretty picture. Alberto Bertogli. Beautiful rainbow picture. My Sony screen is playing images. Especially if you print fat layers with PETG, that release is important. But yeah, slow down. Print very hot with very little cooling, and be careful of over extrusion squish. Turn on the functions like in Simplified 3D. I can tell it not to jump across gaps. It'll stay within the confines of the model whenever possible. That'll help to avoid those little hairs sticking up into your print. Also, one of the biggest problems with printing with PETG, this solves many people's problems. If you are relatively competent at 3D printing, this might actually be your problem. Your PETG might be wet. PETG is very hygroscopic. It absorbs water right out of the air. It'll actually take water right out of the humidity in the air. And when it does that, it's going to start, it's what I call snap, crackle, pop. So if your PETG has a potted surface, If it's not a smooth, clean surface, if it's like malted, like it has a texture, that indicates that your PETG is wet. And that's going to cause you problems, because when the water goes through the nozzle that's 450 degrees Fahrenheit and water boils at 212 degrees, well, it's going to explode as a steam bubble. And that's going to spray PETG everywhere, which is going to cause some of it to stick to your nozzle, give you a rough surface. So make sure you dry your PETG. PETG usually needs to be dried. PETG is nice, but it can be a pain in the butt. In the meantime, stick with name quality brands of PETG. So look at Atomic Filament, look at Polymaker, look at what's the third one? I was just thinking of it and I forgot it already. Prusa is going to have good PETG. Atomic, Paramount, Protopasta. You know, a high quality brand. You know, where they put a little extra effort into their production. You'll have less likelihood of getting a wet roll through one of them. Doesn't guarantee you won't get a wet roll, but you'll have a lower probability of getting a water saturated roll. If you can get past that, PETG is nice, especially for transparent colors, because the transparent PETGs are really clear, really, really nice colors. It doesn't actually have that much more heat tolerance than PLA. It's only slightly higher than PLA as far as its glass transition temperature. It does, however, well, God damn it, can't stop yawning. Oh, nice. PETG is weaker than PLA. PLA is, unless you're going to something like nylon or PEEK, there's pretty much nothing stronger than PLA. PLA is just stupidly strong. PLA is actually stronger than plywood. Slightly. However, PLA is both brittle, and there's another word. It has to do with toughness. PLA, fatigue. PLA can fatigue, meaning when you flex PLA, you're damaging it, and eventually it will break from that fatigue building up. PETG has a much higher toughness. So even though it's a weaker plastic, it's a tougher plastic. So PETG will handle being distorted and bent better than PLA will. It'll handle impacts better than PLA will. So depending on what you need it for, PETG is pretty nice stuff. It's just a little bit of a pain in the butt. Oh, God, I can't stop yawning. What the hell is going on with that? It's so annoying. Okay, now, how am I going to make this? Yes, PETG might still warp depending on how hot your car gets. Several things you can use to help with that. First of all, nothing on the dashboard. So nothing directly below the windows. And second, try to keep the windows open a crack. Just a little. That little crack can make a pretty big difference regarding the temperature that the car will reach inside. And third, don't use dark colors. Use light colors. For anything that's going to be exposed to sunlight. Because remember, you can heat things two different ways. You can heat things by conduction. That's going to be how hot does the air get in the car. And you can also heat things by radiation. So the actual sunlight, photons, UV, infrared, etc., hitting the object and directly heating it up. Dark colors will absorb far more radiation than light colors. So, you know, this black phone is going to get a whole hell of a lot hotter in the sunlight than this much lighter color phone. use light colors. Use khakis, whites, off-whites. You know, things on the brighter side of the spectrum. Don't use blacks and browns and dark colors like dark reds and stuff like that, dark blues, navies, because they're going to absorb more radiation. But the combination of using lighter colors and using PETG should be enough to allow it to survive in a car. You also have the other advantage of PETG in a car is the increased toughness. So even though the part itself is weaker, it's tougher. So as this plastic gets softer, it's going to tend to distort. So if I put a weight on this, this will tend to bend. PETG will be less likely to bend. And if it does bend, it'll bounce back. So if you were to bend it, it'll come back. While PLA might stay. If it doesn't just shatter. Also, look at getting like an E3D coated nozzle, like a Nozzle X or something like that. Not only are they tougher, but they have a higher lubricity because of the coating on them. So the PETG will be less likely to stick to the nozzle. Doesn't stop it from sticking, but it's better than a brass nozzle. Brass might as well be cement to PETG. But yeah, slow down, higher temperature, less cooling, dry the filament. Try to avoid bridging too much, not bridging, gaps. So PETG doesn't like printing. Like, you print something like this, you're fine, but you print something like this where the nozzle has to go back and forth between these two parts, you're going to get stringing. It's almost impossible to completely eliminate stringing with PETG. Yeah, that's it. It's just a learning curve. PETG is cool stuff. It can just be a little bit of a pain. But once you get through it, it's pretty neat stuff. That's one of the reasons oh, God damn it. That's one of the reasons I try to make a lot of Vase mode printed parts. Because if I print a Vase mode printed rocket part in PETG, ABS, or ASA, it's going to be a lot more successful. Because there's no retractions, there's no bridging. So that's one of the reasons why I go through so much effort to make parts like that. I really wish we could replace PLA. I wish somebody could come up with a replacement, something that has the temperature qualities of ABS, the UV resistance of ASA, but the ease of printability and cheapness of PLA. Because one of the reasons we print with PLA is because it's cheap and it's available in really cool colors that you just can't get with PETG, ABS, or ASA. So it'd be nice if we could eventually... Oh, God. If we could eventually replace PLA with something more temperature resistance. Because that's the only problem with PLA. That's its only real problem. Toughness is taken care of with a PLA Plus. PLA Plus filaments are much tougher. And I don't want to hear about annealing. That's nobody's going to do that. We're just not. We want to print it and use it right off the printer. It can take 250 degrees because the PTFE tube itself is not going to hit 250 degrees. But it will degrade faster. So your PTF liner is going to degrade faster, and you'll have to... a PTFE tube inside of a 3D printer hot end is a consumable component. No matter what you print, you are consuming it. You are wearing out that part, and you will eventually have to conduct maintenance and replace that tube. Either by replacing that tube or by cutting off the cooked off end and feeding it in again. That is maintenance. You're going to have to do that. And if you start printing at higher temperatures, you are going to require that maintenance more often. Yes, so that's true. Go with an all metal hot end then. But PETG really does not like being printed at 220, 230. It'll work. It's just not happy about it. I seem to get better results when I print very hot. The only reason I don't print higher than 260 is because I can't go 260. You know, if I had a machine that can go higher, I would. Eventually, I've got to get a few higher temperature machines just because I want to switch to nylon. ASA and nylon are just much happier in the 260 to 270 range. You know, in that, above 260 point. So I gotta work on that. So let's see. I need to figure out how I'm going to modify this. So the easiest thing for me to do would be to cut it in half. This way I can actually see inside. Okay. Let's see here. So what I need to do is create a donut right here. All right. Google Opinion Rewards. Which of the following places have you visited? It always asks me if I visited Smith's. And I always have to tell it no, because I didn't visit Smith's, I visited McDonald's. But it's in the same parking lot. So it always thinks I'm going to Smith's, even though I'm not. Oh, no. I did not go to Smith's. Of course, because I told it no, I only get 10 cents. Cheap bastards. Actually, the only real downside to Google Opinion Rewards is you can't take the cash out. The only way to get cash out is to pay yourself a super chat during a live stream. And the problem with that is they take 30% when you do that. So, for example, I have... I already did it. I think I did it 2 weeks ago. But I have $1.61. So usually I'll get between $8 and $10, and then I'll cash it out in the super chat. Okay, I didn't ask you to do that. Why would you do that? Smart ass. Okay, so we want to put this here. We want to put this here, and then we want to put this here. So now we have our layer where we need it. Probably the easiest way for me to do it would be to put a disc in here and then cut the disc out. We are 38.96. So I create a disc. Come on. Stop fucking with me. Boy, sometimes the UI in this is so bad. And increase the number of sides. Let's change the color. Close enough. I should be able to go up this high. Let's go right below the threads. Now what I need to do, let's make that transparent. I need to put cylinders in it. So I believe a 1-to-1 is a 45-degree angle. So this is 20 tall by 20 wide. So I should be able to make this 10 tall. And that should be a valid 45-degree angle. No, wait a minute. Let's use the controls. Okay. Control D. Rotate. Okay. Yeah, that's the basic idea. Let's select all of this, align, freeze it to this piece here, and center it. Okay. So this one needs to be as big as this. We are 38 millimeters. So that's roughly 20. Let's call it 15. Base radius. Why didn't it do it? 15. I can't go half steps? That's annoying. That should do it right there. Now I need to move this one. Not what I wanted. This one's base radius is going to be 16. $17. Okay. Let's make the height 15. That's right, I have to change the height of both of them. Height 15. That's pretty close. That angle is printable. I think we can live with that. So that's transparent. That's transparent. Yeah, I think that is survivable. Let's make you a little taller. Right there. I want to bring you in line with that circle. So the whole purpose of these changes is to maintain vase mode printability. I want to be able to print this in vase mode. So I have to keep the angles within the limits of what vase mode can handle. But I need this hole to be smaller than the soda bottle hole. That should work. I think I can get away with making this taller. That should do it. So I should now be able to bring this piece into this piece. Let's duplicate it. Make it regular now. So we're going to take that piece and this piece. We're going to do an alignment. We're going to freeze this piece and move just this piece. Okay? But I also need to remake a new plug. So I have to take this, split it again. I did not ask you to do that. Actually, yes, I did. I don't know if I need that anymore. I might, so I'm going to leave it. Where the hell's the plug? What the hell am I cutting apart? Where's the plug at? Oh, I'm in the wrong part. This has the plug. Duh. There we go. No. Okay. Let's hide these. Get them out of the way for now. Okay. So first things first, I need to join these two pieces. Then I need to create a cylinder. This is the trick I use to make the outside. 38.9 by 38.9. Okay. And then 16 tall. Align, freeze the yellow part. Align to the yellow part. Okay. Now I duplicate the yellow part, turn it transparent, and join it with the internal part. Now I have a plug that is a mold of the inside of the part. Okay. What I do is I need to make this 0.8 millimeters larger in both dimensions. So that's 1.6 millimeters larger in both directions. So 32.82. 32.82 plus 1.6. I need to make it 34.42. So 34.42. 34.42. Now I need to recenter. Align. Freeze the yellow part. Why do you do that? It just like unselects every now and then. There we go. Now I take this, I make it a hole. I bring back all my parts. I hide this momentarily. And as you can see, what we're going to do here is we're going to cut. Why can't I rotate this? Thank you. You see here, we're going to use this plug to cut out the shape from the outside instead of the inside. So this will be perfectly conformal to my object. So I need to select all of this. And then I need to deselect this piece here. Join them together. Now I have my little cutouts here to make my vase mode compatible parts, make it all transparent, bring everything back. And now when I highlight this and join them, now I have all my little perfect cutouts. You can see they're all exactly 0.8 millimeters away from the different surfaces inside. And now I have a vase mode print. How cool is that? So let's Control D this. Bring it over here. He wants to be fed, Michelle. Well, come on out faster. Poor cat. You're so mean. You're mean. She's mean, right, baby? Yeah, she's mean. Yeah, she's mean. How you doing, baby? Yeah. Huh? You don't. Michelle, you're supposed to feed him 4 hours ago. Yeah, but he wanted to be fed 4 hours ago. Fur. Got a face full of fur. Let's see. Now there is something else I wanted to do. I wanted to make this top not require as many layers. First, let's align these. Align, align. Okay, now they're properly aligned. Now there's something else I want to do here. I want to separate this. Okay. So we need to move this more inside like that. And then I need to connect it with a channel. How do I do that? I guess the easiest... Oh, it's on a point. Why does that not look centered? It looks like it's offset. That shouldn't be offset. I think it is, though. Yeah, it is. And that's not centered either. What the hell's going on here? These parts aren't centering. Oh, it says it's centered. Oh, it's just the perspective, I guess. It says it's centered. But that sure don't look centered to me. Cat, you got hair all over me. That does not look centered to me. Yeah, that looks off. I mean, that's more centered. This must not be rotated correctly. Something's not right. Can I put a face here? Yes, I can. Close enough, I think. I want you to bite me. How about that? I want you to bite me. How about that? I don't care. Bite me. That is not straight. It looks straight though. So the tube isn't straight. So one of these parts isn't freaking straight. Which one isn't straight? It's got to be this one. That isn't straight either. There we go. I have an alignment issue with this, but it's not important enough to fix. So I'm not going to. That is good enough. I just need to make sure that this, see, that looks like it's crooked that way. What the hell is my rotation tool? Here it is. That's a little bit better. It's not sticking out there. Not sticking out there. Although I need to make sure. Need to make sure. Oh, shit, these planes need to be aligned. Unless I just make them wider. I could just make it wider so it becomes a non-issue. See how this plane here isn't lined up with this plane here? Okay, I need to start over. This is not going to work. I need to start with a straight. Something that's straight. Let's go 1 by 8. Okay. Now let's create a new tube. Let's create a 1 millimeter thickness. Let's make it nice and sided. Radius 3. You probably go bigger than that. Let's go radius 5. Yeah, 5 is good. I need this to be part of this. This and this need to be aligned this way. Okay. That does not need to be that big. Let's go. Okay. Why does it always default to red? It's like the worst possible color it can use. Hi, baby. Yeah, you're hungry, I know. Let's hide this for now. Okay, take this and this. Align, freeze, center. Okay. I think I need to make this taller. I think that's good. Okay. Let's make this smaller. Okay. What is your problem? Okay. I think it's too big. Go 2.5. Okay. Let's go 3. Yeah, 3. Okay. Now we chop it. So this and this joined. Okay. Put you here. Chop you in half there. Really? I like that. I can live with that. And then put a surface here. Chop it off here. There. Now, I should be able to take this and this, center it, freeze this, center that. It's not aligned. Why the fuck isn't that aligned? See how it's not aligned? I can just rotate this, right? Dumb, dumb. This needs to be rotated. Let's deconstruct that. Okay. Oh, come on. So it's this that's not aligned properly.
I didn't want to trip over this camera, but okay.
Negative 0.5. We're going the wrong way.
Yeah, but it's
1 degree. Too much. Why can't I get that to the line right? It keeps going too far. Why does it put the freaking control box all the way the fuck out here? Why is it all the way out here? Oh, got it. That's centered. Oh, man, what a pain in the butt that was. That should not have been that hard. Okay. Let's split this again. Control D. Cut through. Yeah, that's all good. Okay. Join that together. Bring back all the pieces. It should be good. I should be able to take this, join it, turn this transparent, make this regular again. Okay. You'll be able to crop this a little bit. I should be able to chop this down quite a bit. Oh, it makes it thinner. That's right. All right. That should be enough to do what I need. Oh no, got all this crap. Where'd all that crap come from? Oh, I gotta lift it up a hair. There we go. You're getting bitten, Michelle. You know that? It's gonna bite you. It's gonna be fun to bite you, and that's all that really matters. There we go. Now that's not such a grotesquely large surface there. Okay, let's try joining it. I'm gonna thin the bottom edge too. Okay, transparent. That looks good. Wait a minute. Why do I have a double? Oh no, that's the outside edge. Okay. It's good. Why can't I move? Look, look how little it's letting me move. It's like stuck in some kind of there. See, now it's moving. Now I want to take this, Control D. Why can't I rotate this? What the fuck is that? Need to make this bigger. And then bring it up until we cut away some of this bottom. Let's see what that does. Okay. Okay. Take this. Yeah. I need to resize that. I need to make that come up to here. There we go. Okay. That should do it. I should get rid of a little bit of this too. I want to give it to me where I want it. I guess that'll work. No, I don't. I need to do this differently. I keep adding these complex shapes. It's going to make it harder to work with. I think that'll do it. Okay. What are you selecting? Nothing. You're good. Okay. That should give me a nice clean... Oh, I didn't cut that. And we need to snip this from this. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. That is not a valid vase. Okay, I need to cut all of them except that one. Okay. I need to take all this, but not this. Come on. Don't fail me now. Okay. It's all transparent. Bring everything back. Join it all together. That should do it. Let's see how it slices. Ooh, clean. I don't see any errors this time. A little bit right there. Like, why is it doing that right there? Right there, see? Right at the top. I don't get that. I wonder. I need to make that bottom a little smaller, but I'm not going to. Okay. Interesting. It didn't cap off that. It shouldn't because it's vase mode, but it's interesting nonetheless. Hour and a half to print, so it's a pretty fast print. Although I wonder what's with this glitch here. Like, why is it doing this? Oh, that shouldn't. That should not be the case. Why is it like that? What are these layers here for? Why is this shorter? Because I made them shorter. That's my fault. I know what I did wrong. There it is. There it is. Okay, this is 16 tall. That's correct though. Oh, wait a minute. No, that won't do it. Why is this incorrect? Oh, it's 0.1 layers. I changed to 0.1 layers, that's why. Okay, easiest way is to start hiding stuff. So it needs to be 0.1. It's going to be a 0.4. So it needs to be 15.6. Okay. I need you to go away. I need you to go away. I need you to go away. So I need all you, but not you. Join. Good. Transparent. Bring everything back. And I should be able to just join everything now. There we go. That's the inside outside. Okay. That should do it. Let's make that smaller. Might as well do it right. Let's crunch this so it's not in my face. There we go. Now, we need to make this solid again.
Chris, can I turn this heater on?
Yeah. That's good. Now we take this, split it. There it is. I need to make that a little narrower. Okay. Okay. Now I take this. Need to make that a little taller. Right there. Need to take this and this. Why does it do that? Why? What's the reason for that? Jesus. There we go. And now that's not working correctly. You know something? I don't need that anymore. I got the stem now. I don't think I need that punch through there anymore. Let's try it now. Oh, wait a minute. I got something glitching here. What is this? It's on the surface. I don't care. There we go. And no more glitching. Yeah, that's a clean vase. That's technically an error right there, but I don't care. I should be able to get rid of the bottom layers. Let's see. The squish should cause that to seal. Yeah, the squish should seal that. That should do it. And that little bit right there should prevent the water from going around the threads. In theory. That's not aligned. Not a big deal, but it's annoying. Fix that. we go. Not a big deal, but it was slightly annoying. Oh, that's right. I had to realign the veins inside to this, so that's why it was off a little bit. I forgot about that. Okay. Should do it. Yeah, that looks good. That actually looks really good. I think it's my cleanest one yet. Everything lines up. Everything's clean. Very cool. Yeah. I like it. And then I also want to reslice save factory file as funnel. Have you been getting gummed at all lately? What does that mean? Okay. Yeah, that came out good. There we go. Now I bring in modified K-cup slide. Oh, no, we got rid of the brim. Additions 22. There we go. And now the reinforcements go all the way to the top. That's what we want. Okay. Oh. This only takes, says 3 hours 20 minutes, but doesn't take that long. Yeah. Very clean. I love it. Wait a minute. That's the wrong one. Son of a bitch. One of the pieces got removed. Yep. There we go. Boy, this is lagging. Get rid of you altogether. That's more like it. Yeah. Perfect. Where is that memory card? Where'd the card go? It was right here. I could use that, but that's not what I want. Where did that little memory card go? Oh man, I chucked it somewhere. I'll have to dig it out. Okay, so the K-cup slide is done. I still have to work on the extension and the joint to join them together. But I also want to update the other ones. Why can't I click on this? Did it crash or something? Yeah, I think Firefox has crashed. Firefox is not happy. I'm pressing a button. Yeah. I'm pressing a button. Okay. Why is this running so slow? Let's try closing it. Okay, that looks like it's working. We want to go back to this. Okay, that looks good. So I'm going to get rid of that. And I'm also going to get rid of this. No, I'm going to keep that. But I am going to get rid of this one. I don't need it anymore. Now, split this again. Okay, that is my funnel portion. So I should be able to split this. I don't need this anymore. I don't need this part anymore. I don't need this anymore. Did I lose something? No. Looked like it for a second there. Okay. So, you're eventually going to go on there. There we go. So I should be able to delete all of you. Delete all of you. Control D. I'll join you with it eventually. Okay. Question is, can I do this? I need that. I need this over here. I don't think I can double vase mode the milk jug pop on one, because it needs this lip in order to make it not drip. So I don't think that one's possible. So I think I have to leave this one like that. This one, however, the thread on one, I think I might be able to get away with it. So I can make this taller. And put this in here. Let's center everything. Oh, would you stop doing that? Come on. Okay, let's put it back. Okay. Let's hide this for now. Am I better off just leaving it? It really doesn't add that much print time. Yeah, I think I'm better off leaving it. I think I better leave good enough alone. It's working fine. Don't piss it off even more. Okay. Let's see, align, center, center. Let's get rid of the donut. Don't need it. Now what I do need to do is I need to beef this up a little bit. It's a little too weak. But to do that, I have to get rid of this part on the inside here. And I need to do that. No, I don't. Yeah, I do. I need to put this in the center here. Center there and there. I basically just need to take out that center. Okay, let's make it 1 millimeter bigger. So 40 and 40. This way I can overlap it a little bit. Okay. Okay, do that. Always miss some. Okay. Okay. I needed to beef that up a little bit. Did I create any holes? I don't think so. Yeah. It was thin enough that I had a problem with it breaking. So like this one here, you can see. All I did was drop this on the floor and it broke. It was just brittle. So beefing that up a little bit, 1 millimeter thicker. Okay. Okay, let's join that together. Okay. This has an overlap as well. Okay. Looks good. Center. I mean, I probably could make it vase mode printable, but the amount of time it saves me, I just not interested. just don't think it'll save enough time to warrant all the work. Okay. Oh. I didn't realize I had that little bit of offset there. Heck. I don't like that. That, yeah, I think that's not big enough there. Why can't I see this right? I need a cross section. Oh wow, that's why it's so weak. Oh wow, yeah, that I gotta change that. Um, yeah, this all needs to change. How did that even print? That shouldn't have even been possible to print that. Huh. Wow. Okay. Well, that should not have worked. 38.6. How did that even print? See, that's the funny thing about 3D printing sometimes. It does things that shouldn't be possible to do. It's like, how did you do that? How did you successfully print that? Like, that never should have worked. Yet it worked. That's why it broke so easy. Okay. Now I need to put a cone in here, increase the size, and start shaping. Oh, wait a minute. Let's center it first. Okay. Needs to be a little bit bigger. Let's just go too big. Okay. It's so hard. hair bigger. That is close enough for me. Okay. Now what I need to do is adjust the height until it touches the other piece. Right there. See, I gotta just touch that. That looks good. So now this becomes a solid, this becomes transparent, joins with this, giving it the cone shape I need. And then take this, redo this, and get rid of this. There we go. Okay, let's take this and make the cone a little bit bigger until the orange. I'm making the whole thing bigger. I just want the cone. Just until all the orange goes away. Okay. Hide this. Join this to this. Join this with this. Now, does this have the same problem? Do I have a lip under here that I was not aware of? Kind of. I can fix it the same way, though. Give me Control D. I'm betting you this is exactly the same size this needs. Meaning the exact same cone will fit here, too. So you take this and this, center, freeze this, line you. Yep, that gets rid of that little tiny edge, I think. Oh, no, it doesn't. But I bet you I can. No, I can't do that. Oh, I can shrink this. There we go. That gets rid of that overhang that shouldn't be there. There. Are they aligned? Yes. All right, that fixes that one. And this fixes this one. And they are not aligned. They are. Good. I think I got them all fixed. So that is for soda caps, pop-on milk jugs, screw-on milk jugs. All the overhangs are fixed. The vase mode is fixed. The thickness is fixed. The underhang is fixed. I do believe I got everything. There's a glitch here. I don't care. So this is going to be Milk S funnel. Of course I had caps on. Milk S funnel. So that would be the screw funnel. Export. And this one will be the Milk T funnel. Or pop on. Export. Steel. Okay. Now see if it slices correctly. Recent factory files. Soda funnel. Okay. Remove you. Screw funnel. I do have to modify this to be a proper 3.4.1 infill. I don't need any. See how that looks. That looks like it doesn't have top layers where it's supposed to have top layers. Yeah, it does. What the hell? It's still in phase mode. Did I screw that up? Oh, I probably never turned off the tab. Yeah, right there. Okay. There we go. Okay, that's not going to work. Can I enable the infill extras? So let's go 2 and 5. I need that to be solid. That's not going to work. I need a solid diaphragm here. Add solid diaphragm. 3 layers. Not doing it. Do I have layers wrong? This needs to be a solid diaphragm. Oh, I know what it's doing. I know what it's doing. Let's turn off top layers. I think. No, it's still doing that weirdness. See, I can't have that. I need that. So why is it doing this? This is not going to work. That is layer 195. 195 times 0.2 is 39 millimeters. So why isn't it giving me a solid diaphragm? Dense infill. That's not it. What the hell is solid diaphragm spacing? What happens if I go to 1? It's still doing that. But that shouldn't even be there. It should be solid like this. Is the model bad? Something's up with the model. $39. Well, that's no good. Why is that like that? That should not be like that. But I know why it is. I think I can get away with adding a millimeter to this. 789. I think I can get away with that. I don't think I can get away with. I could probably get away with 2. Okay, that does that. I think that takes care of most of that. I didn't realize that was 2 pieces. All right, I can live with that. Why isn't that lining up? It shifted again. How did it shift? I don't know how that happened. Jesus Christ. Okay. So why is it adding top layers when I told it not to add top layers? Okay. That's not a P funnel. Delete. This is the S funnel. What the hell was that? This should not exist. It should not be doing this. 196, 197. I mean, that just straight up should not be happening. Let's try changing this to 9.4. Why is that offset? That offset should not be there. What the fuck is that? Hey, Darren. That straight up shouldn't be there. Okay. This is off. This is off. Single outline, no top, no bottom. And yet it's adding two layers that should not exist. That layer and that layer should not exist. I mean, what is that? That doesn't belong there. That doesn't belong there. Oh. Oh. That doesn't belong there either. That can't print. That's in midair. Where the hell? I just went through a lot of work to get rid of that. Oh. I got a big ass lip right there that can't exist. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, there's part of the problem right there. But where's my funnel? Come on, let me move the goddamn part. Jesus Christ. Okay. Join you and get the hell out of my face. Jesus Christ. Okay. Unselect you. Join. That might be why the cone wasn't doing his job. Not quite right. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ, come on. Why is it messing with me? I need you, but not you. Okay. So I need to make you a little bit bigger. Okay. Now bring the cone back. That looks good. Okay. Oh, wow, that's a pretty picture. You got a macro shot of a light bulb. Take a picture of that. I wouldn't mind recreating that picture one day. Check this out. Excuse me. Look at that. So they took a picture of a light bulb, and the sun is right where the filament would glow. That's a pretty nice shot. I wouldn't mind recreating that kind of photograph one day. So what have you been up to lately, Darren? Okay. Let's try this again. I never exported it. I don't think I did. What is STL? There it is. What CAD software? Okay. It's still adding top layers. That does not belong there. It should not be printing that. I nowhere in the slicer have I commanded it to do this. I explicitly commanded it not to do this. At least it then goes solid. I don't know why it's still doing solid layers. Okay. What this? Why is that solid layer there? That solid layer should not be there. Oh, I know why. Because this is sitting on top of this. I bet you that's exactly why it's doing that. I don't care enough to change it. I'm not gonna. Okay. I still don't know why it's doing that, though. That does not belong there. That is 39, and that should not exist. However, it does do solid diaphragm. See, that's going to fail because this will not succeed. It should go from this to this. Although the solid diaphragm needs to be on the single layer. That's why. There's the layers, okay? I still don't know why it's doing this. This is wrong. But I get why it's doing this. I need this to be solid. Add one solid layer every 195 layers. What happens if I do that? It ignored it. It just pretended I didn't exist. Okay. About 94. Nope, it's ignoring it. So Vase mode must turn that off. So then where the fuck is this coming from? Why is it doing that? What if I tell it to print top layers? What will it do then? I don't think it'll print the top layers because it's going to do its smartass bullshit and think it knows better than me. Yeah, this is the new Supply 3D. This is perfect. It's just one layer off. This layer needs to not exist. This layer needs to be down here with a single perimeter. I mean, I know how to trick it. I know how to make it do what I want it to do. But I would rather it do it right. I would rather the adaptive layer thing do what it's supposed to do. See, I could do this. It's the top of the vase mode. It's like it's printing a top layer, but I told it not to print top layers. No, it's not supports. It's part of the intelligent function it's supposed to have for handling a shift from layer to layer. So see, when I do it manually, it does it properly. So now it's properly filling in the layer with a single perimeter. But this should be solid. I wonder. See, that's what I want. I want that right there. Right there is what I want. And then do this part here. I wonder if the top layer having these little cuts in it, it's treating each of these as a separate plane. So, if I get rid of 0.2 millimeters of the top, okay, let's get this, get you out of the way. Then I take you, okay, so let's hide you. Let's put a plane here. Let's turn you into a solid. Let's put a cut box on top. And let's make that what am I doing here? Okay. I need this to go to I need to knock off the top layer. Hide that. Okay. Okay. Okay, now bring this back over here. Align them. Maybe that'll work. Because it insists on adding a top layer where it should not be adding a top layer. I explicitly told it not to add a top layer, but it's adding one anyway. So maybe if I let it add the top layer, but arrange it so that it's the way I want it. There. I had to trick it, but I got what I wanted. Solid layer there, solid, 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 and then triple layer on top of that. Okay, that works. I can live with that. That works. It's annoying that I had to trick it to do that, and it should have done that automatically, but whatever. Okay. Yeah, I can live with this. Oh. And there is the phase mode start. Okay. It's probably because of something I'm doing where I'm transitioning from vase mode to non-vase mode. Something to do with that transition is probably what's causing the problem. It's another reason I like Simplified 3D. I can do weird things like this that you normally can't do. Now here's an interesting one. It's irrelevant. It's not going to affect the print, but it's interesting. It's got a little divot right here. But there's nothing here. Isn't that weird? Must be something to do with this cut right here. because it's centered right on that cut. It's not a problem, it's just interesting. Okay. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. And I'm probably going to have to make a similar correction to the other model. Milk S funnel. I'm guessing this other model is going to have the same problem. Yep, same problem right there. Okay. So it's something to do with the vase mode. When it transitions from vase to non-vase, something doesn't jive. I should. I have to modify it because I actually did modify that funnel. Okay, split. Let's see. I want you to be one piece. And I don't want you to be orange. Okay. Oh. Wow. Let's see. Let's hide this. Hide. Hide. Make you solid. Make you solid. Okay. .2. Combine. Good news is a lot of the corrections that they made in Simplify 3D version 5 is makes it so I don't have to do as many workarounds, which I like. I don't like doing workarounds if I don't have to. Okay. Let's center you. Center. Center. Join. Work plane back where it belongs. Milk. P funnel. Export. And now this should print correctly. Okay. Bingo. That was it. I just needed to not have the cuts go all the way to the top because this, okay, so the problem is this top layer you're seeing right here doesn't exist. It's not supposed to be there. This top layer should not be here. This should be the first top layer. And because it was making a top layer where it wasn't supposed to be, it was making a top layer inside all the cutouts. So I had to, until I could figure out why it's doing it, I have to accept that it's going to add a top layer there, and I had to get rid of the cutouts for that 0.2 millimeters so that it would be a solid top layer. Because you have to print this solid layer here so that when you switch to 3 perimeters here, it actually has something to stick to. Yeah, this looks good. This looks very good. That's still got something there. What's that? What the hell is that? That looks weird. Is that my inside? No, this should not be here. Oh, yeah, that's not good. See the way it jumps out right there? That's an insta-fail. That's not going to work. Oh, yeah, I had to make that correction to the other one, too. Yeah. I know what that is. The funnel ain't big enough. Okay. This piece here. What?
You still gonna place an order today?
Maybe not today, but we are going to place an order. I said maybe not today, but we are going to place an order.
I got my food.
Okay, let's try that. Okay. Do I have a clean edge? Yes, we have a clean edge now. See, this edge here had a lip on it. So I had to make that cutout funnel just a little bit bigger to get rid of that edge. Okay. Now let's see what this was like. There's my solid layers. Those shouldn't be there, but they're okay. Okay. Now is that gone inside here? Yep, that weird little that gap that was here because of the lip, that's gone now. Good. Perfect. 2-hour print. Okay. Let's get rid of these extra characters. Whew. Okay. That's it. All 3 funnels are done. I'm going to print them today to make sure they're okay, and then I'll upload those files to Thingiverse. And the K-Cup slide is done. So this is I thought at first I was going to have to make a regular version and a high altitude version, but I was able to get a compromise between the slot and the dome so that the ones that aren't puffed up still fit okay. So I don't need a high altitude version. I just have the one version that's compatible with both. Now the other trick is to make it so I can put 2 of them together, so I can have a longer string of K-Cups. So I'll work on that next, but otherwise, this is done now. I'm happy with this. Nice and strong, prints super fast. So, and of course, I could print a taller one just by using a taller printer. For example, a 400 millimeter tall one would be plenty. All right, that's it. I'm going to call it for today. Come here. Come here. There you go. I'm going to call it for today. Thank you very much for joining in. I appreciate it. The Thingiverse links are down below. I haven't added the K-Cup slide one yet. I will add that. So you'll be able to print all of these projects that we've been working on. So we now have 3 of these. One for snap-on milk jugs, one for soda bottle sized caps, and one for thread-on milk jug. The soda bottle one, I won't upload that until I confirm it doesn't leak when I pour fluid in. So once I confirm that that works correctly and doesn't leak fluid, then I'll post that one as well. But I'm going to go print that one first. So make sure that works well. The threads work great. They came out wonderful. This is also an experiment because what I want to do is right now, in order to build this rocket, you still have to glue things to it. So these 2 pieces have to be glued together and the motor mount has to be glued inside. I don't want that. I'd rather have it not require glue. So this was kind of a test to see, can I vase mode print threads? And the answer is yes, I can vase mode print threads. I need to use a little bit of a broader thread because this thread requires 0.1 millimeters to print properly. And I don't want to print the entire model at 0.1 millimeters. And I don't want to switch up resolution because you're not going to see that on this. But on a big continuous print like this, you're going to see the change in resolution. It's going to be a color difference. It'll alter the color, so I don't want to do that. So, but it looks like I should be able to vase mode print threaded parts. So the idea would be the motor mount tube would have 2 threaded pieces attached to it, built in here, so that you would glue the thread piece onto the paper tube, and when you slid the paper tube into here, it would thread in up top here, so you would not have to, I might be able to make it one piece. If I put the threads down here at the bottom, then I might be able to, the MMT threaded portion, I might be able to make that the same as the end cap threaded portion. So that's one piece. And with thread in the bottom here, and then your retention cap. That cap there would then thread on top of that. I might be able to make that all one piece, which would be nice. But that's it. I will see you guys later. See you next Wednesday. You guys have a great night.